Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, just housekeeping notes to all. Number one, we seek your kind cooperation to mute your audio and switch off your camera as soon as you gain access to the webinar session in order to avoid interference or interruption. Number two, Q&A session will be held via chat feature throughout the webinar. So, however, you will be allowed to pose questions directly to the speaker at the end of this webinar, if time permits. And participants are not allowed to intervene during the speaker's presentation in order for us to give more ample time for our speakers to deliver their talk. And then all your questions, comments, or feedback on the chat feature will be either directly answered by the speaker at the end of the webinar session or through chat features or email post-webinar. And then number three, for our documentation purposes, this webinar session will be recorded. And at the beginning of the webinar, we would like to request all of you to switch on your camera soon, and we'll have a snapshot photo of everyone attending the webinar for our official record and reporting. And number four, there will be pop quiz 1 after Q&A session. So all participants must answer all 15 multiple choice questions. So some of the answers, you can get it from the sharing session, and the rest will be more general, and some a little bit more specific on SDGs. Okay. And then number 5, an e-certificate of participation will be emailed to you post-webinar session as per your submission on the attendance and feedback form that will be retrieved by the secretary at the end of the webinar. So please stay till the end in order for you to redeem your first e-certificate to make you eligible to attend the second webinar series scheduled on 29 September 2021, which is next week. So number 6, last but not least, would be please also be informed that your participation, engagement, performance in pop quizzes at the end of each webinar, and execution of the mini individual project on sustainable lifestyle, post-webinar series 2 will be evaluated by our secretariat members. Okay, we will commence in 1 minute. Thank you. All right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning to our speakers, observers, and most importantly, our youth participants of SDGs Challenge 2021. So my name is Fadli, Research Officer of UMCAS and Project Co-Leader of SDGs Challenge 2021. On behalf of Community and Sustainability Center, UMCAS, Regional Center of Expertise of Central Semenanjung on Education for Sustainable Development, and Sustainable Development Solutions Network, SDSN, and as well as on behalf of my co-leaders, please allow us to congrats all of the participants who made it to this selection in this year's challenge. So congrats to all of you. So we have chosen the theme sustainable lifestyle for a sustainable campus and school, the pivotal role of youth, because we sincerely believe that youth play a crucial role to be the change maker for a better, safer, and sustainable Malaysia. So please allow me to share the walkthrough of our SDGs Challenge 2021 in order for you to complete this journey with us. And number 1, you need to attend webinar series 1 and complete the attendance form and pop quiz 1, which is today. And then number 2, you need to attend webinar series 2 and complete the attendance form and pop quiz 2, which is next week. Number 3, to conduct mini individual sustainable lifestyle project with your family or friends and record all your findings and strategies, which will be briefed later on. And then number 4, last but not least, would be the 10 best youth participants will be selected by the committee to be our speakers in October 2021's mini youth symposium. So without further delay, we would like to request all of you to switch on your camera. We have, how many of you here? We have about 56. We have selected about 50. Maybe they will join us later on. It's okay. In 10 seconds, we will take a group photo, yeah? Okay, ready? Irene, are you ready?
So could you just give me a few minutes? I have some issues with my camera.
Okay, sure.
This is on design.
Anyone else would like to switch on your camera? Okay. Can we have it, Irene?
Yes.
Okay, ready? Put up your best smile. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more. 1, 2, 3. Freestyle. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. You now switch off your camera back again. Okay. All right. Without further delay, please allow me to briefly introduce our 4 speakers of this webinar series 1. Webinar series 1 will feature number 1, speaker 1. Our first speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Ilham Zulkiflee Lubes from Faculty of Science, Yuen. His talk will be on SDGs, energy literacy and youth, opportunities and challenges. So his biodata would be, he's an avid energy and environmental researcher. So Dr. Ilham is keen in promoting energy literacy, renewable energy, environmental stewardship, and climate action, sustainable development goals SDG 7 and 13 in particular. So to the community with a focus on youth, as well as being the country co-coordinator for the annual AEON Environmental Foundation Asian Students Environmental Platform, ASAP. So without further delay, I would like to hand over this session to our first speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Ilham.
Hi everyone, Assalamualaikum and good morning. Before I start, I would like to test whether everyone could hear me clearly.
Yep.
Good morning everyone. Okay, great, Fadli. Okay, I will start by sharing my slide. I could see some familiar faces here. Some from my previous classes. Okay, I hope everybody can see the first slide. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to everyone. Alhamdulillahillazi anzal ala abdihil kitab wa lam yaj'al lahu iwaja. First of all, I would like to thank the SDG Youth Challenge 2021 team. I believe it is led by Fadli and Mairuz and his teams, Cares, as well as SDSN, RC Central Semenanjung. A long list to list it all, but thank you for an invitation. My fellow speakers, Dr. Sheeba, Dr. Yuen, Ms. Mairuz, good morning. I hope everyone, participants of the webinar today are healthy despite the challenges that we are facing due to COVID-19. So today I will talk about SDGs, energy literacy and youth, opportunities and challenges. We will discuss a little bit and I will share my experience throughout. Not really much experience. I'm also still learning, but then it doesn't stop me from sharing with all of you. I am Ilham from Environmental Science and Management Program, Faculty of Science, University of Malaya. And my email is down there. Let's say if you have any question or further collaboration later on, we could talk about it. So a little bit about myself. I am an alumni of University of Malaya for my undergraduate studies. Before I worked for a short stint in Samdabi Technology Center. And later on, Alhamdulillah, I was awarded with Panasonic Scholarship to pursue my master's in Kyoto University, Japan, as well as JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency Scholarship to do my PhD in Kyoto. And my research areas is energy and environmental sustainability with a focus on biomass science. So the only thing that I would like to emphasize here is that I've been blessed to be able to be chosen as one of the recipient of US Department of State Wisely Professional Fellowship, which is very good for you guys, youth out there, young people out there, because Wisely have two programs, academic program for undergraduate students and also professional fellowship for a little bit elderly youth, not to mention older generation, but then a little bit older youth for professional fellowship. But for you guys, young ones, you can check about it for Wisely Academic Fellowship, where you will be exposed to environmental sustainability activities for 3 months in the United States, and it will change your perspective, hopefully. And I'm also the associate editor for a few journals, Progress of Energy and Environment, Journal of Society of Automotive Indigenous Malaysia, and also Journal of Indonesian Sustainable Development Planning. I will start my talk by introducing the term Anthropocene. I believe that most of you already heard about Anthropocene, but for those of you who haven't heard about it yet, so this is actually an old idea being coined out by George Perkins Marsh in 1874. Many United States people in the United States believe that he is among the true environmentalists in the US, and he wrote this book called The Earth as Modified by Human Action. So he introduced the term that human already alter this Earth. But
sorry,
then,
Doctor.
yes,
Your slide's not moving.
my slide is not moving.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. So
Okay.
it's not moving at all.
Yeah, it's not moving. Yeah.
Thank you, Fadli. Now, before it's just the second slide. Don't worry.
Okay.
So I will, I will do it again.
What's his name? Zulkiflee.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
Now, does it move?
Yes.
Okay. No wonder nobody responded to it. Okay. So I will not be repeating what I've said. So this is the first slide. And just now, when I talk about US Wisely, this is the slide that I share with you. A little bit about myself, but it's all available online, so I don't need to dwell on it too long. So this is the slide that I'm talking about the Anthropocene. So on the slide, you can see on the left is the first page of the Earth Island Journal in 2013. It says, "Welcome to the Anthropocene, where the world is very much impacted by human activities." So this idea has been introduced long ago by George Perkins Marsh in the United States through his book, the earth as modified by human action. But then earlier 2000, Paul Crutzen, who won the Nobel Prize, popularized the latest iteration of Anthropocene. It defines the most recent geologic time period as being human influence, meaning the world is no longer being influenced by natural activities or natural processes, but rather than by human activities. So as the next slide showed the great acceleration. So the term Anthropocene very much related to the great acceleration that we could see in our world. So on the left side is socio-economic trends, and on the right side is the Earth system trend. This is I took it from Broadgate et al. So as you can see, it shows the same trend where the world population increase. All the other parameters also showed increase in values. For example, when world population increase, we also increase our water usage, our transportation use, international tourism, and carbon dioxide level will also increase, nitrous oxide being emitted by cars and industrial processes, methane due to all our agriculture activities, marine fish capture to deal with our food security. So all of this showed the same trend of increasing trend. As you can see on the slide, it's world population by 2010. Nowadays, Malaysia, we currently have 32 million. The world has nearly 7 billion people. And it is projected that in 2030, we will have nearly 9 billion people in all the countries. And as you can see on the slide, the developed countries, the green color doesn't really have a lot of population, but it's all in the upcoming economy, the BRICS: Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Those are the BRICS, the blue color. You see, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Those are the new upcoming economy according to the United Nations. So those are the others. So this increase in world population will also increase the amount of people living in cities, urban population. In Malaysia, we have Greater Klang Valley, which already include KL, PJ, up until the border of Nilai, Bangi, Serdang, and on the south, and then on the north you can see Rawang is coming out, Bukit Beruntung, all the other satellite cities around KL, which will form a greater Kuala Lumpur or greater Klang Valley in the future. So it will also increase our water usage. I think there will be speakers talking about water later on. Transportation, we have Dr. Yuen will discuss about transportation, and for me it is to discuss the primary energy use related to energy. So it is apparent for us, young people, or either it doesn't only include young people, but for us who are living in the now, to actually position ourselves in the 17 goals of sustainable development goals, because this is a global plan by United Nations from 2016 up until 2030. For those who are doing undergraduate nowadays, I believe that you should position yourself among the 17 goals so that you will be relevant in the career, because the world is following this framework. So as for my case, my research and my work are very much related to SDG number 7, affordable and clean energy. With addition, as I am working in academia, so it is very much related to SDG 4, quality education, as well as the other interest of mine, which is SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities, as well as SDG 13, climate action. So the sustainable development goal doesn't come out abruptly, but it actually started from MDGs, only 8 goals of Millennium development goals before 2016, 15 years before 2016. So it evolved after 2015, and the target is in 2030. That is why Malaysia also planned its national development together according to this SDG, and we call it Wawasan Kemakmuran Bersama 2030. And as you can see, from goal 1 and 3 in MDGs, it evolved to 1 to 5 in SDGs. This could be discussed longer, but I'm just giving you a brief highlight on how the MDG evolved into SDGs. And yesterday, I talked in a webinar with my Indonesian counterpart, the Journal of Indonesian Sustainable Development Planning. They asked me about what's next after 2030. So it caught me by surprise, but I answered that towards after 2030, of course, there will be other plans, and I believe that it will also include points that are not included in the current 17 SDGs, such as disaster management. Disaster management is not being included in current SDG, and pandemic management, as well as equality in space exploration. As what we could see, people are already venturing to the space, but then we don't have any certain guidelines whether who should own the space, and similar like Antarctica. It belongs to everybody, meaning we have to take care of it. So for MDGs, it focuses on reducing poverty, extend basic services in poor country. But for SDGs, the world has graduated and now looking towards sustainable development in all countries. And the next after 2030, we'll see about that later on. So Asian Association of Southeast Asian Countries also plans together along the way with SDGs. And in Asian, where Malaysia is among the founder member, we also aim to enhance our energy connectivity and market integration to achieve, the keywords are energy security, accessibility, affordability, and sustainability for all. So the target for us, Asian countries in renewable energy, is to increase the component of renewable energy to 23% by 2025. This is a really an ambitious target. Energy efficiency to reduce energy intensity by 20% in 2025 based on 2005 level. So my work, my research are mostly around this area of renewable energy and energy efficiency. But today I would like to share with you more about the lower part, which is the energy efficiency, because I could talk for longer. I need one day if I want to cover everything. Anyway, it's not that I asked Fadli to invite me for one day. It's okay. So why we are talking about energy literacy? It is due to the fact that the lack of awareness and knowledge in community with regards to sustainability and potential electric saving that could be obtained from daily activities. So the point that I would like to say here is that in order for us to increase our energy efficiency, we could do three things as been shown in the triangle approach here. This is being discussed elaborately by my friend, Dr. Adi Ainuzzama Jamaluddin in his paper, 2017. You can read about it longer, but I will summarize it here that in order for you to increase energy efficiency, you can have three ways of doing it. First, building design, meaning when you build the building, you already build it to be green, to be built according to the green energy star rating and everything, so that the building will be a smart building that will by itself, without doing anything, will be energy efficient. The other thing is services design. You have an old building, but then you retrofit it. You remove all the electricity appliance, you remove all the nerve inside the building and replace it with smart energy appliances. But both of these approaches, building design and services design, need cost and need funding and need investment. So our team look at the lower hanging fruit. The lower hanging fruit in this three triangle approach is occupant behavior, because we could change behavior of people, and it is paramount for us to change the occupant behavior, because it doesn't matter if we have a smart city or smart building if the people that live inside doesn't act towards energy saving. So we could say that a person is energy literate when he has appropriate level of knowledge which empowers them to make an informed, rational energy decision and actions which have a positive outcome for individual and community at large. So please remember that in energy literacy, we could have three approaches: building design, services design. Those are very good, but if you have funding and you have proper support. But the third one, occupant behavior, we could do it regardless whether we have support or we have technology. So why we target youth or young people? As you can see, the infographic that I took from the Prime Minister's office, the Prime Minister's department, from the statistic department, it shows that the population of Malaysia in 2020 is 32.75 million people. And as you can see on the right side, down below, divided to men and women. So almost 70% of Malaysian population are at their productive age of 15 to 64 years old. So we have to target youth, because youth are among the future generation that will take over the country. But not talking about future, why not now? So most of us always talk about youth will be the future leaders, but why not about youth being the leaders now? So there are a few terms to divide these youth. Some organizations said it is from 15 to 35. So I'm out. So some said up until 40. But in this case, I targeted the productive years of Malaysians with from 15 to 64 years old, according to Jabatan Perangkaan Malaysia. So I would like to acknowledge my team members, Dr. Adi Ainuzaman Jamaluddin on the left side. He's an expert in energy audit and also a certified energy manager by Asian Energy Management Scheme, together with myself. And I also have the help of Mr. Muhammad Ilham, and 8 of my previous students who, after we train them, they have become an ambassador of energy manager, not really certified by AMAS, but they learn whatever that we have learned. So we do some activity. So I will show you from now on. So what we did, and I would like to acknowledge the funding from. At first, we received the Living Lab funding as well as Cares. So we went out and about to schools around University Malaya, our Sahabat schools, and also the non-Sahabat schools too around and we went and talked to them about renewable energy, about the importance of energy saving culture. We conduct competition. As you can see, we have some hampers on the left. We did some know your electricity bill workshop. I believe that most of you in this webinar also don't really know what it is being written on your electricity bills, because you just pay for it, or your parents pay for it and you don't care. But you will care when you be like me. You will be the one who are paying everything, so you will care about it later on. And it is interesting to see, to really understand our electricity usage. And where are the points that we could improve. So we also did a creativity enhancement project, like asking the students to create posters and videos to share, to create awareness. We also have promotional items like postcard. So we went to the boarding schools around and we provided this postcard as well as a stamp with saving energy measures and tips. So we asked them to send it to their family members back home. And write some message that they are joining this workshop and they would like their family to start uh, taking care about their electricity usage, and where students the youth love badge, so we gave it to them. We also did some international sharing ideas with when I visited United States, so I got to know a few counterpart, and some of them visited us back in So in this picture on the left is Mr. Justin Constantino. So Justin is a deputy city mayor of Goddard, Kansas City. So we talked about him and we brought him to meet with the Malaysian former Prime Minister Tun Abdul Wahid at his home and talk about not only energy but everything about the country and stuff. So of course, as an academic, we also need to have our article being disseminated to the community. So we did some study such as understanding, perception and interpretation of Malaysian university student on renewable energy. This is the one that I've mentioned, the performance of energy usage at residential college, where we discussed the energy triangle approach led by my friend, Dr. Adi. And even yesterday, we just discussed about this article in GSDAP. So Alhamdulillah, we got the highly cited article and we have to discuss this paper in the Bedah article GSDAP yesterday. What I would like to share about this paper, which entitled Assessment of Knowledge, Attitude and Practice of University Students Toward Sustainable Development Goals. So we study 348 respondents in University of Malaya. And surprisingly, University of Malaya students have high level of knowledge, high level of attitude, but sadly, it doesn't correspond to the practice. So I think all the academia in or cares, or all the bodies that are promoting sustainability have succeeded in increasing the knowledge of University Malaya students community and attitude, but then towards practice, this is based on the study, it is not correlated. So maybe we have to work more towards the practice side. Hopefully, post-pandemic, we can go out and about and do a lot more activities with community. So we also have energy education merchandises. We have posters, brochure, reminder stickers. If you walk around our faculty, you can see this all around. We also have this new approach called Color Your Energy, which is an energy education interactive booklet where we put down tips on below of the page, and you can color the pages, and there is an example of how to color, or you can color it as your likings. So it's an energy fact and reminder booklet, which is we thought interactive approaches to make energy colorful, rather than if you will just hear electricity, money and all these dry subjects. So we try to make it colorful. We still have this in stock. If you are interested, you can write to me, we can send it to you. We also did a lot of community engagement around all and about Science Putri, to Fraser's Hill, and down here we collaborated with Panasonic to do a solar kit workshop with students from Bukit Kemandul, Sekolah Orang Asli. So in this sekolah, I have to speak in Malay because only 2 of them can understand English. So it is another way, in order for you to talk about sustainability, you must be able to speak in any languages, and you must speak it in a layman's language so that everybody could understand. Kita mesti merakyatkan kelestarian, kita mesti membumi lah. This is also being presented as part of Asia Pacific SDG Youth Challenge in 2018, and the one that I'm speaking now is Asia Pacific SDG Youth Challenge 2021. So good luck, Fadli and team. So this project has been featured in Asia Pacific SDG Youth Challenge. So I think it's led by Brittany and still being led by Brittany Hardiman from University of Western Sydney, RCE Western Sydney. So best of luck. It doesn't matter who do it, but the most important thing is that it is continuous and people will keep on being informed about sustainability. So the project sustainability, it is hoped that youth community could continuously practice the knowledge and activities without intervention of energy saving culture. So we come, we introduce, and we show you the door, we enlighten you, and hopefully it will propel. If not all, then some of you might be informed, and that is the purpose of creating an energy literate person. So Fadli, how many minutes do I have?
Doctor can wrap up in about 5 minutes.
Okay, good. So I will talk about opportunities and challenges. This is very important for young people. We are currently in a pandemic where you couldn't really go out, but sooner or later, I am positive that we could live in a new normal. Of course, it will not be the same like before. We will always need to maybe have to wear masks and keep on being vaccinated. It is the new world out there. But then we have to be ready, and there are opportunities. We have to look at the growth of post-pandemic green energy jobs, because people are starting to realize because COVID-19 is very much related to nature. Actually, if you read the start of this pandemic, it really very much about the way we relate ourselves with nature and how we manage it. So post-pandemic jobs will be very much related to green energy. How to bring green lens to any existing jobs or organization. But by saying green lens, it doesn't mean greenwashing. Greenwashing is another thing. To make things green and sell it at a higher price, that is another thing. But to bring green lens is that if we could do some things or some approaches in a green way, why not do it? And do we have options? That is how to bring green lens to any existing jobs or organization. And we also need to look at pathways for youth in energy literacy, energy related careers and research. Green curricula, I believe some in the ministry already talk about this green curricula. Energy management skills and relating energy literacy to financial literacy. Normally people don't want to talk about energy, but once you say that you can actually save this much of RMs or USD, then people will start be listening. Unfortunately, that is the way the world is being run, but hopefully it will change later on. The challenges, of course, we have challenges, but we must be positive together. And we are in a pandemic, but we have to be positive that everything will be better, and we must work towards it. So top-down support and buy-in from top management if you are in an institution. But if you are an NGO, I believe that youth nowadays are very active in NGO. So we need top-down support and buy-in from the government. We must have strong interpersonal or P2P, what did I mention here? People-to-people skills in order to deliver messages effectively. For example, we have different community that we will approach, and different community need different way of approach. You couldn't just come and dictate, you have to do this, and that. Just because you come from the university. No, you must really see what actually could get a buy-in from the community. And there are also confusion around key energy issues at a society level. Some people are concerned about energy pricing, not sure whether renewable energy is really green or better in comparison to the conventional petroleum and gas, or should we start to think about using it in a hybrid manner. So, and these issues in energy are also hardware intensive. It needs more funding, not much, but continuous at early stages. So there are opportunities for youth in the energy area, but I would like to urge everyone to, based on your passion, choose position yourself among the 17 SDGs and see what you could do out of it. If you love what you do, you won't be it won't be hard for you to wake up in the morning to go for work if you really love what you work for. So there are also other things, interesting world of renewable energy, but I don't think we have time to discuss about it. But I just would like to discuss a little bit. Like Malaysia is among the countries that are being blessed with biomass, so 5 times higher than other region of the world. We are in the tropical belt, so we have to look into this and take the opportunity. There are also opportunities in biojet fuel from microalgae, and biodiesel, which has been used all over the world. In London, they use French fries from McDonald oil to create biofuel. In San Francisco, the buses are being powered by biodiesel. These are my own pictures. So in Kyoto City, my hometown, their garbage truck use B100, which is 100% of biodiesel. And their buses, the green buses, Sheeba, use 20% of biodiesel. And Malaysia, we are now using B20. The picture is B5 in Putrajaya before, but now we are using B20. Indonesia surprisingly already moved to B30, means when they sell diesel in their petrol pump, 30% is biodiesel and 70% is the conventional diesel. So it's interesting in this region, the upcoming economy of Indonesia. So we also have potential in waste to energy, and we also have to look at landless biodiesel feedstock, maybe wind energy. This is during when I was in the United States. You can, I don't know if you can listen to this video or not. That's the sound of the wind turbine.
No, I can't hear.
You couldn't listen.
Oh yeah, can.
Oh, okay. It's okay. Maybe I can share at the chat the link to this video later on. Many people would like to install wind turbine around. They say, oh, why don't we make wind turbine? We have strong wind capacity. But then you have to really know that it also has other related issues such as birds and also sound. There is a sound, whistling sound. Some people might be disturbed. It could be noisy too. I will share the link in the chat later on. And in the future, we are talking about green hydrogen and bioeconomy. There's a lot of things. And lastly, I would like to share why I did this research in biomass and biofuel. It is my self motivation as a Muslim. In Surah Yasin ayat 80, allazi ja'alakum minasyajaril akhdari naram fa iza antum minhu tuqidun. So it means he who made you from the green tree, fire, and then from it you ignite. As you see, when I underline this, so God says that He made you from the green tree, fire. How could you make fire from green tree? So I believe this inspire me to study about microalgae, about non-edible fuels, because it's from green tree. Oil from green tree are being used to create fire, which we ignite to power the world. So that drives me. That is my self-motivation. And terima kasih and thank you for your time this morning. I wish you all the best and good luck to SDG Youth Challenge. Thank you. Fadli, back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Zulkiflee, for your such an energetic sharing session. You did mention about energy literacy, the low-hanging fruit. We have 3 approaches about building design or services design, and the third one will be the occupant's behavior. So that will be our main focus here. So, and another one would be when we talk about, we want to talk about SDG, we always have to remember that we have to make it localized in a way that we need to converse it in a layman term so that people would understand better. Yeah. So that's some of the key points that Dr. Zulham has shared with us. Thank you so much, Dr. Zulham. Okay, maybe later on you can share all the links that you would like to the youth to look at.
Yes, I will share in the chat. Thank you, Fatih.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Zul. Okay, next one we have our second speaker, which is Ms. Mairuz Asmarafariza Azlan from Living Lab Beyond Zero Waste campaign. She will share with us on best waste management practices. So just a little bit info about her. So Mairuz is a research assistant of the Zero Waste campaign at Mesti Melaya, working on integrated solid waste management projects that aim to reduce environmental pollution. This is the 10th year of the implementation of this project in UM campus, and she has been involved in this project for more than 5 years. So throughout this engagement with Zero Waste campaign, she would be more than happy to connect with more people as awareness on integrated solid waste management can be expanded. So without further delay, I will hand it over to our second speaker, Ms. Mairuz.
Thank you, Mr. Fadli. I would like to share you guys my slide first. Can you guys see my slide?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Hi and good morning. Still morning. Yes, morning. Today, my name is Mairuz, and on behalf of Prof. Sumiani, our principal investigator of Zero Waste campaign, I would like to share with you guys ZWC experience on best waste management practices, basically in lah. So the presentation outline: introduction to solid waste, impacts of improper solid waste management, SDG, integrated solid waste management system, and we're going to go in detail about composting and circular economy, Zero Waste campaign, and conclusion. So what is municipal solid waste? Municipal solid waste is made up of the things we commonly use and then throw away, such as packaging, food scraps, grass clippings, sofas, computers, tires, and refrigerators. But municipal solid waste does not include industrial, hazardous, or construction waste. And surprisingly, more than 96% of food waste that could be composted ends up in landfills and incinerators. This is just general information about municipal solid waste. So the global solid waste composition, as you can see from the figure on the left side, food and green waste shows they contribute the highest in the composition. So that's why in Zero Waste campaign, our orang kata projek yang antara yang paling berjaya yang ZWC tonjolkan dekat dalam campus adalah composting of food and green waste. Later, I will show you guys our project. So, solid waste generation in Malaysia alone, every day about 38,000 tons of solid waste are disposed to dump sites or landfills in Malaysia, which will fill up KLCC towers in just few days. So, I letak gambar landfill dengan KLCC, so you guys boleh compare macam mana maksud ayat tu. Sehari kita generate waste yang mana kalau dikumpulkan dalam masa beberapa hari sahaja, sampah tu boleh memenuhi KLCC tower. Banyak dia, amount tu. And kita tengok pada composition municipal solid waste in Malaysia juga menunjukkan yang food waste contributes the highest pada composition waste yang kita hasilkan harian. And this is just the facts about food waste. Sources of food waste comes from generalnya daripada households, commercial areas, institutions or industrial sources and night markets. Daripada 38,000 tons of waste generated every day, almost half daripada waste yang terhasil adalah food waste. So this is landfill in Malaysia. 161 of dump site or landfill are in operation, but only 14 are classified as sanitary landfills. Bila kita mention sanitary landfills, kita maksudkan dekat sini sanitary landfills maksudnya landfill yang ada sistem yang mengurangkan, orang kata dapat selamatkan pengurusan sisa di sana, dia tidak akan mengakibatkan environmental pollution, which dalam Malaysia hanya daripada 161 dump site or landfill yang beroperasi, hanya 14 sahaja yang diklasifikasikan sebagai sanitary landfills. So impacts of improper disposal of solid waste. Why we really need to have a integrated solid waste management? Because the environmental and social issues due to solid waste mismanagement, first, disease vectors and spread of infectious pathologies. Second one, water pollution, global warming, marine litter, soil pollution, air pollution. Okay, as you can see from the screen, the black water on the left side shows leachate. Leachate is any liquid material that drains from land or stockpile material and contains significantly elevated concentrations of undesirable material derived from the material that it has passed through. Ni yang datang daripada degradation of waste dekat landfill, dan dia akan mengeluarkan leachate. And the danger of leachate, a possible risk of for the aquatic environment, contaminate the groundwater, which groundwater tu adalah akan berbalik kepada kita semula sebab itu adalah human consumption, affecting the living organism including human being. So impacts of degradation of organic waste in landfill. First, kita tengok pada methane gas emission. 1 ton of biodegradable waste produces between 200 to 400 cubic meters of landfill gas, which comprises approximately 50 to 55% methane and 40 to 45% carbon dioxide. Both are the greenhouse gases that will pollute the environment. Methane is 21 times more toxic than CO2 and other greenhouse gases, and its emission has significant climate change implications. According to the US EPA, a significant proportion of the emissions shown to have contributed to global warming and climate change can be traced to landfills and the disposal of food waste. So second one, kita tengok pada leachate contamination. A concoction of organic and inorganic pollutants, which is the leachate, is produced during landfill site operation and can leak from the landfill, contaminating nearby soil and groundwater. Leachate can include toluene, phenols and other harmful chemicals. Although many landfills are fitted with pipes and liners designed to route and contain leachate, according to the EPA, no system offers full indefinite protection. Ini dia bercerita tentang landfill yang betul-betul landfill. Belum cerita lagi landfill yang tak ada sistem, yang macam dump site saja. Lagilah sangat-sangat tak ada protection. So ni adalah summary kepada yang kita cakap tadi tentang betapa degradation of organic waste boleh mengakibatkan link to climate change and groundwater pollution. Sustainable Development Goals. The SDG or global goals are a collection of 17 interlinked global goals designed to be a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. The SDGs were set in 2015 by the UN General Assembly and are intended to be achieved by the year 2030. They are included in the UN resolution called the 2030 Agenda, or what is colloquially known as Agenda 2030. So, kalau pada dalam sektor dalam sektor waste, solid waste management and SDG, apa kaitan diorang? There are more than 7 billion of us and we are producing waste every day. A staggering half of that waste is not collected, treated or safely disposed of, and it's causing a global waste crisis. So the Sustainable Development Goals cannot be met unless waste management is addressed as a priority. As you can see from the right figure, solid waste management are key to delivering the SDG, the 17 SDG. Integrated Solid Waste Management System. This is a principle of integrated solid waste management. You can see from the left picture, it shows two pyramid yang kita tengah practice. Our daily practice sekarang adalah, the current practice adalah yang belah kiri, yang from top to source reduction, yang paling banyak semua kita hantar ke landfill. Tapi sebenarnya untuk capai integrated solid waste management, we need to have a paradigm shift which kita kena prioritize the source reduction and last sekali baru landfilling. So the green pyramid on the right side, the zero waste pyramid. You can see from the words written there, refuse, reduce, reuse, repurpose, recycle, then baru biarkan yang last sekali pilihan yang kita pilih adalah biarkan hantar ke landfill. Okay. Integrated Solid Waste Management, dia akan melibatkan aspek yang dekat dalam gambar dalam pie chart, dekat dalam chart sebelah kiri. Dia akan melibatkan, kita ada beberapa jenis orang kata Integrated Solid Waste Management, dia akan melibatkan 4 aspek ni. Biological treatment, yang mana kita akan ada composting and biogas, anaerobic digestion, material recycling dan juga thermal treatment. Dalam campus, apa yang kita practice, these two. Biological treatment, which kita ada buat composting dan juga anaerobic digestion, dan juga kita juga ada buat material recycling. Yang thermal treatment kita tak buat dekat dalam tapi apa yang kita tahu, thermal treatment seperti incinerator, pyrolysis, yang tu adalah antara integrated solid waste management aspect juga. So kenapa kita fokus food waste kat sini, best food waste management practices. This is just info sharing lah. Sebab macam yang saya cakap tadi, dalam sisa yang kita hasilkan hari-hari, antara yang paling banyak adalah food waste. So kat sini, how you can contribute to have a best food waste management practices. First, consume better. Second one, turn leftovers into creative new food dishes. And third one, kita boleh donate excess food supplies sebab dekat dalam Malaysia ada sangat banyak program food bank. So apa-apa makanan yang lebih dekat rumah, kalau kita rasa tak tahu nak buat apa dan benda tu still boleh pakai, kita boleh donate to food bank. And last sekali kita ada treatment. Apa yang kita boleh buat dengan food waste kita boleh buat composting, pengkomposan. Kita rawat sisa makanan kita menjadi sesuatu yang baru, iaitu baja kompos. Composting ini adalah food waste treatment. So the composting process involve 4 main components, which is organic matter, sisa makanan kita lah, organic matter, moisture, oxygen dan bakteria. Kenapa kita bincangkan tentang composting? Sebab composting boleh dilakukan dekat level kita lah. Maksudnya dia tak ada machinery ke apa, sebab dia manually boleh buat dekat rumah, boleh anywhere. Organic matter includes food waste, garden waste, shredding, chopping or mowing these materials into smaller pieces will help speed the composting process by increasing the surface area. Recycling food and other organic waste into compost provides a range of environmental benefits, including improving soil health, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, recycling nutrients and mitigating the impact of droughts. Relationship between integrated food system and sustainable development goals. When you have an integrated food system, kita akan menyumbang kepada zero hunger, zero poverty, zero malnutrition, zero food scarcity, zero food waste. Ada 5 isu, global issue yang kita dapat tackle bila kita practice an integrated food system. So the value of separated solid waste. You have separated plastic waste to be upcycled. Organic compost produced from food waste act as plant vitamin. Used clothes sold as pre-love or donated as charity. But first, you kena separate at source. So commingle waste, no value. Everything is sent to the landfill for disposal. Say no to mixed waste for a clean and green environment. Recycling is the key to circular economy. As you can see from the figure in the screen, kita ada 3 jenis ekonomi: linear economy, recycling economy, circular economy. Which yang kita tengah amalkan sekarang, hari-hari kita buat, kebanyakannya lah adalah linear economy. So yang ada kesedaran sikit, kita amalkan recycling economy, which dia minimize the waste produced. Tapi untuk yang betul-betul integrated sustainable waste management practice, kita patut capai the circular economy practice, which zero waste, langsung tak ada waste yang dihasilkan. So creating value and prosperity from the circular economy practice. Okay, ni cuma summary apa circular economy from waste to wealth. Apa yang potential of waste dalam kehidupan seharian kita. Kalau organic waste, kita boleh turn jadi kompos. Kalau and organic waste juga boleh tukar jadi tenaga menggunakan anaerobic digester. And kita juga ada plastic in concrete pavement, which plastic waste to building boleh tukar jadi building material. Plastic waste juga boleh buat building material yang coastal erosion concrete blocks and super capacitor from fruit waste. Ini antara potensi waste. Okay, this is about our project, Zero Waste Campaign in UM. In response to the problem of solid waste management in campus, UMZWC started off with the goal of diverting and reducing waste generated from going to the landfills. What initially began as a student-initiated campaign and sponsorship from CIMB Foundation and evolved into a campus-wide project with the ultimate goal of zero waste campus status. Today, UMZWC Center with container use concept established an in-house composting technology which has grown into a living lab to solve the issues of solid waste management. This is the achievement of UMZWC since 2010. We have diverted more than 1 million kg of solid waste from landfill. Total cost saving on waste disposal, about 400,000 ringgit. Income generation from the sustainable integrated solid waste management that we practice in UM, we have generated 100,000, almost 100,000 ringgit Malaysia, and total greenhouse gases reduction more than 5 million kg CO2 equivalent, and total visitors that has visited our site more than 10,000 visitors. This is a food waste composting by UMZWC. From the picture, you can see the workers. The workers at our site tengah bekerja dekat compost pile. Tu yang warna coklat-coklat macam bukit-bukit kecil tu adalah hasil sisa makanan dan sisa kebun dekat dalam UM. Setiap hari kita masukkan, kita jadikan dia longgokan jadi macam 1.5 meter punya pile, jadi kompos, jadi composting pile, dan benda ni akan dibiarkan selama 3 bulan untuk proses pereputan, dan selepas 3 bulan dia akan bertukar menjadi baja kompos dan ready untuk digunakan. So UMZWC composting site, kita punya daily operation adalah shredding, turning, crushing, drying and packing of the mature compost. This is a circular economy practice by UMZWC. Utilization of UMZWC organic compost at UMZWC organic garden. So carbon reduction from 9 years of composting by UMZWC in UM campus. Daripada jumlah yang kita divert, waste yang kita divert, yang waste yang kita berjaya divert daripada landfill dan kita treat organic waste tu menjadi kompos, telah berjaya mengurangkan 379,000 kilo carbon emission, yang mana bersamaan dengan 18,000 batang pokok. So this is a UMZWC media appearances. As a conclusion, integrated solid waste management is everyone's shared responsibility. It is of clear urgency that frontier technologies must be pursued as a rapid guidance which is in line with the government commitment towards sustainable and integrated solid waste management. And last one, an important factor in realizing sustainability efforts must include behavioral changes of individual and the community through sustainable consumption and production and incorporation of an integrated and sustainable waste management strategies. This is a context of Professor Dr. Sumiani, our principal investigator. Kalau ada apa-apa yang macam collaboration ke atau apa-apa soalan yang nak emailkan ke, boleh emailkan ke details yang kita bagi kat screen ni. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mairuz, for that insightful sharing. Some would be minds and eyes opening. I believe that it is a shared responsibility that must be shouldered by all of us here, whether you are youth or whether you are a growing adult and so on. So, without further delay, we would like to allow me to introduce our third speaker, Senior Technologist Dr. Yuen from Faculty of Engineering, University Malaya. He will share with us with a topic on sustainable transport and mobility. So, Senior Technologist Dr. Yuen is a senior lecturer in the Department of Civil Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University Malaya. He's a registered professional engineer with the Board of Engineers Malaysia and registered professional technologies with the Malaysia Board of Technologies. More than 15 years of experiences in conducting research that focuses on sustainable transport and intelligent transport system, ITS, have instilled him with proficient quantitative and analytical skills. He's currently the head of Center for Transportation Research in University Malaya, a research center that provides technical opinion and consultancy services in transport discipline, besides actively involved in research and development projects. His areas of expertise are traffic engineering, traffic safety, road user behavior, sustainable transport, and ITS. So I hand it over to Senior Dr. Yuen Chunwa.
Okay, thank you, Fadri. Thanks for the introductions. So let me share my screen. Yes, can you see my screen?
Yep, it's, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, very good morning, everyone. I'm Yuen. Okay, so I'm a traffic guy, as just now introduced by Engineer Fadri. So it's my honor that here to share what I know, what I have done. I'm not an expert here, all right? So what I have been doing and what is sustainable transport here and mobility, okay? So I'm a traffic guy. So actually, we have a research Center for Transportation Research. That is based in Faculty of Engineering, but it doesn't mean that all our members is from the engineering field. So because in transport sectors, in this transport, we are not only have this engineering element there. So we also have science socials, like maybe transport behavior studies. We also have experts from the ITS, what we call that, the electrical department, or maybe the computer science department, to help us to do the works in this transport sector. So not only the pure engineering people, but we have our multidisciplinary. Okay, so when we're talking about sustainable transport, all right. So sorry, I don't have the time to do the fancy slide because I have quite busy in the past 2 weeks. So sorry for that. So I might just try my best to share what I know about these topics here with you all. Okay. So first, what is a sustainable transport? Sustainable transportation refers to any means of transport that is green and has low impact on the environment, and it is sustainable. Like when we use more, it doesn't harm much onto our environment. Okay, so sustainable transport is also about the balancing our current and future needs. Right? Say for example, future petrol consumptions. Now we know that this is what we call that unrenewable resources, the petrol. All right. So if we use and consume a lot of petrol, so how about for our future generations? All right, so it's balancing our current and future needs. Of course, if possible, we don't want to use this motorized transport, okay, because we want to leave a green world to our next generation. So the concept is we want to, of course, everyone make the movement, make the trip, okay, from one place to another place every day. Even though now COVID time, we reduce this kind of movements, all right, non-essential movement. But of course, definitely, one cannot avoid that. Every day you make such trips, such movement. So how you make this? Can you make this in a sustainable way? So that is what we're trying to do, okay? But of course, this is about, the planning side, the planning side. This is the specialized, what we call the professional involved in this is of course the town planner. So we have one we call that transit-oriented development. Okay, transit-oriented development, TOD. So what is this? So transit-oriented development is a set of transportation and land use planning principles. All right, we combine with the transport and the land use. All right, the land use mean like what are you going to develop on this land? Schools, residential house or condominium. So that is the land use, right? And the strategies that connecting communities with vibrant people-centric places in the cities. So what does that mean? So now, as you know, some of our what we call it the new MRT lines. So we actually practicing this TOD planning or maybe the design. They try to build the stations in the places where we have high what we call that high densities populations. All right, and of course our cities is not meant for cars. City is meant for people. People live inside the city. So that's why we need to claim back places, not from the cars, from the motorized transport, back to the cities. Okay. So of course, this concept is we have to compare with our walkable communities and high quality rail system. So you imagine, so when you stay in a place and the nearby you have a train station to serve the people there. So when you want to make such trip, so you just need to walk to go to that stations, take the train to continue your trip. So that is what we want, as compared to now when we have some places that is not accessible using the public transport. People have, and the only option they have is use and drive their own cars or motorcycles. Okay, so walk, cycle, or take public transport to meet their daily needs. So this is what the concept here, the transit-oriented development, where we have the stations built inside the community with high populations, and then people that don't need to drive, don't need to take their own cars, do their places they go. They just need to go to the stations and take the train to go to the places they want to go. All right, so that is the concepts. Yeah, of course, this one we have what we call it. This is from the website that the way how they are going to what we call that to develop this plan, TOD plan. Okay, you can see that in the left hand side here with the conventional layout. You can see it's very familiar, like what we have here, the train station, the rail station, where we have a train station there, and then of course we have the parking built that to do for people who park their car to go for these stations, and then we have the bus loop. And then the residential area, you just gather just around these stations, as you can see here. But this is not a good, what we call it, design. By right, the train station should be directly built inside the community, inside the housing area there. Okay, you don't need any car parks, or maybe you have you need to have a minimal car parks there. But what we are our idea here is for those people, why they need to drive, if we can provide a good feeder bus service to serve the people there, to transport them from their house straight away to the train station, then there is no need for them to drive, right? So that is the concept. And then this how, because the main idea on this customer transport is we try to reduce or minimize the use of the motorized transport in our daily what we call that commutes. Okay, and then this is exactly what the TOD want to do in this case. All right, yeah. Another what we call that the concept design is like the conventional layout, as you can see here. A big train stations, and then there's what we call the major route connect to these train stations, and a very big open space for car parks. All right, so that is not the way. Actually, you should build inside the what we call that the CBD, Central Business District, or maybe in the residential area in the community itself. All right, it should be built in this way. So this is what the TOD, okay? Yeah, of course, this one is the highlight of what is the benefit we can get from the PTOD projects, the opportunities to revitalizations of the old development of the neighborhoods. So people, when you walk more, you tend to appreciate the place that you live in, all right? So this way I live, okay? When you walk, when you cycle, you try to enjoy the sceneries, the surrounding, the neighborhood. As compared if you drive on the cars, when you want to go to that shop, you straight away you drive to there. But you are actually missing something. You're missing something that the way you go to, actually that is one what we call that something that we want people to appreciate. All right, when you walk more, you cycle more, actually you will feel that the sense of belonging. You belong to this city. Okay, So of course we here another point is that, we have the value of enhancement arising from the high density and compact development, creation of a more street activity. Okay, because when you have more walking and cycling activities happens around these train stations, then you will see that more and more, people will gather there, have maybe makcik, we have the store there to sell some light food. That are the things that we want to create. Of course, we reduce the dependency on the cars, all right? And also we encourage community activities with creation of the urban parks, food and beverage, entertainment and recreational sports. Okay, so this is what the benefit we can get from this kind of the TOD development. But of course, this one is not purely done by the traffic engineers or transport engineers. It should be done by the cities, municipals, councils, and also the mayor, and also the town planner. They have to think of how I want to way to to induce people to take the public transport. If I build the train station just nearby to their house, then and a good connectivity of the accessibility facilities, walking or cycling facilities provided in that stations, and a good feeder bus coverage in that area. So there is no need for them to drive the cars to stuck in the traffic for more than maybe 30 minutes, 1 hour just to go to one place. Then you can just sit there and relax and take the public transport and enjoy a beautiful city that they are living in. So that is the concept, that is the idea. Okay, so this is another one. You can see that our MRT stations here, a very nice, beautiful building. But actually, this one is not exactly inside our community, actually. But of course, we actually, I believe that the MRT people actually, they have doing a lot of things like increase their feeder bus frequency service to cover as much as the area as possible to serve the people, to bring the people to go to the stations to take the public transport. Okay, so another concept that about this kind of the sustainable transport, what we can call that into to help to promote this sustainable transport is the introduction of this shared space. So what is the shared space? So shared space is a street or place designed to improve the pedestrian movement and comfort by reducing the dominance of motor vehicles and enabling all users to share the space rather than follow clearly that this is only the pedestrian walkway, you can only walk on here. So this is only the cycling path, you can only cycle on this path. All right, this is a space that we create that people from different route users, they enjoy, they do the activities at the same space. All right, this is the snapshot on what practice in the overseas. All right, you can see the street. We can have people actually sit there and relax here, have some event here, and also they can have cycling activities over there. All right, and of course, this is just what we have in Malaysia, the Pasar Malam in the corner area. So this is another type of the shared space, because in the morning this is the car parks, this is commercial areas, but at the night time, every Wednesday night, they have do have closed these areas just for the Pasar Malams, okay? And here similarly in our Jalan Petaring here, okay, we have this Petaring Street, we have the hawkers selling the stuff here, and also at the same time the people and also the cars also can use this route, okay? All right, here I would like to share with you one short video. All right.
In 2004, Auckland Council began a 10-year upgrade program to transform central Auckland into a world-class city centre. Following the completion of many of the projects, the program is now focused on rolling out shared space streets in the city centre. So what is a shared space?
The idea behind shared spaces is to use the space that is available in the street from building edge to building edge, to use that in a more fairer and effective manner, and make it available for people to use both day and night. And what we're talking about is really just creating more space, making the streets look less like a conventional street and more like a pedestrian place or a square or somewhere where people actually want to come and spend time.
With the restaurants on the other side of the street from us putting out tables, it will become a lunchtime or especially during the summer and afternoon destination to sit and have a cup of coffee. And people then will probably, because they've already committed time to be in the area, they will spend some time in the store browsing and hopefully purchasing.
Auckland's shared space streets are designed to be low-speed environments. Surveys of Derby Street show.
So you can see that the cars still can use the same space as other pedestrians or cyclists do.
Pedestrian numbers have increased by 32% during the week and 59% in weekends. So what are the benefits?
Certainly, we've noticed in our sales over the last few weeks,
Yeah, also it can help to boost the sales for the retailers in that area.
Someone have their lunch.
So that's cool.
Ambience.
So how do we use shared spaces?
I think the shared spaces are a great idea. And as long as everyone is considerate of other users, it's going to be a fantastic place. Obviously, if you're driving a car, you can't expect people to just get out of your way. You need to take it a little slower, be a little more careful. And pedestrians have still got to keep a lookout to make sure that you're walking safely through here. There are accessibility areas there on either side of the road, and obviously they need to be kept clear.
The accessibility zone is bounded by a textured stone strip designed to cater for visually impaired people.
Even for the visually impaired people also, we'll take care of that. But of course, not many shared space in Malaysia. I don't think there's any shared space here in Malaysia. But I think somewhere inside near to the Nasi Jamek there we have one.
The space is available for outside activities. Motorcycle and bicycle parking is provided. Parking info is signposted at the entry and exit.
What really happens here is people walking, living, breathing, shopping, meeting, dancing, and so we created a space with that sort of balance in mind. So, we can get homey.
So that's how actually we want to reclaim the space back to people, not for the cars or the motors. All right. Okay. So that's all. Okay, is about the shared space lah. So of course, another thing is, the active transport. When we talk about sustainable transport, we have to talk about the active transport. So what is the active transport? So the active transport is a transport of people or goods through non-motorized means based around human physical activities. So here we only consider the walking and cycling. Some of you may think that, how about the e-scooter? Yeah, that is not, this is called another, what we call it, mode of the micro-mobility. But this is not active transport. Active transport is you use the physical activities to go from one place to another place. So basically, we are only consider walking and cycling. So of course, when you ask people to walk, to cycles, you have to provide them a very safe place or safe infra for them. For walking, then you have to be, a good walkway for the pedestrians. So this is a typical design. We have separated the cycle track and have a buffer zone to separate from the motorways to protect the peoples. And also we have prepared a bench for the pedestrian when they are tired, they can sit there and relax and just rest for a few minutes, and then before they continue their journey. So they are the things that we need to consider. Without this, how can you ask people to walk or to cycle, right? Without this infra, without these facilities, it's very hard to do that. These are just some examples, photos that I managed to get, from the overseas. So you can have this part, this is the combine of the pedestrian walkway and the cycling path. And also we can have a separate one. We have the shared path between the pedestrian and cyclists, and here is a very what we call a special one. We have this called shallow, that the cyclists also share the same the same path with the motorway with other road users like cars and motorcycles. So this one actually we have to practice is very what we call that have to really take a good care of the safety on the safety feature design in this route. We have to ensure that the traffic may not be so busy, and that the traffic speed in that area should be low enough so that that if there's any accident happens, it won't be a fatal one. Okay. Yeah, of course, when we talk about the active transport, we need to make sure that our walking path should be connected. All right. And also should have a safe what we call zebra crossing, or the traffic lights controls in these intersections. The refuge islands, and also we have to think of the people who are on the wheelchair, the disabled people. We need to design a ramp for them, so then we can only have this kind of active transport. yeah, of course, today we have more people taking the cars, but less more shared mobility, such as sharing the trip, take the Grab. Public transport, yes, we have, but very less on the walking and cycling. So we hope to turn this pyramid upside down so that more and more people can walk and cycle. But of course, we cannot expect people to walk or to cycle as their single mode. So that's why we need to combine this with the use of the public transport. They just need to cycle or walk to the nearest MRT or train stations. That is the first mile travel. And then after they have disembarked from the train at the destination location, then in the last mile, maybe they can walk or maybe they can rent for any e-bike or many e-scooters to continue their journey to go to their destinations. Okay, so this is what actually we hope we can do that in the future. Yeah, when talking about the public transport, yeah, these are about the train and what we call that, the public bus lah. So we have to make sure that we must cover as much area as possible for the feeder bus or for the public bus. So that's, when we have this public transport serve more area, that means that people have a choice. They don't need to take their own cars to go to that places. So that is how we are working at. So this is a snapshot on what we call that, the number of cars and number of route users lah. All right, on cars you can see if all people are taking the cars and the occupancies for one car is only for one people, so you can see that how many cars are loaded on our route. If these people take the bicycles, you see that what are the space occupied by these bicycles. And if these people take the public transport, take the public bus, and you see that how much space we can save from here. All right. So here I would like to share another videos with you, on this. Maybe please pay attention on this video. All right. Thank you.
When I'm visiting a new city and I want to know if it has any chance of being great, the most important thing for me is walkability. Walkable neighborhoods are always the best. But the second most important thing is the answer to the question, do your buses get stuck in traffic? This one question reveals so much about a city's priorities and the way its citizens live. Let me explain. There's a term in urban planning called the Downs-Thompson paradox. The equilibrium speed of car traffic.
So they have this Downs-Thompson paradox, but you don't have to bother about this one. Actually, it just means that what the speed of the vehicles city traffic is depends on the speed of your public transport.
Worse and worse until it becomes faster to take the bus, or the metro, or the tram. You get the idea. And this isn't some academic curiosity either. It's been observed time and time again in cities all over the world. But while it might seem paradoxical at first, it actually makes a lot of sense if you give it some thought. When it comes down to it, there really aren't that many car people, bicycle people, train people, or unicycle people. The vast majority of people in the world just want to get from point A to point B as quickly and conveniently as possible. Well, maybe not the unicycle. For Amsterdam, it's often a bicycle. For Tokyo, it's usually a train. But for far too many of the world's cities, it's a car. And the reason for this is very clear. Why would anybody take this bus if it's going to get stuck in the same traffic as a car? The answer for most cities in the US and Canada is simple. You ride the bus because you're too poor to drive. If you had any choice, you wouldn't. When your public transportation is only used by the poor and the desperate, it's hard to get much support for it. People taking the bus are looked down upon, and anybody wealthy enough to have any political influence whatsoever doesn't care about improving service. If anything, they'll see public transportation as a nuisance, for instance, complaining that the streetcars are in the way of their car. They just want it to go away. This is the, look, I don't care where the poor people go, just as long as they're not in the way of my car approach to public transport. Ultimately, that means the city devolves into a mess of car traffic with giant gaps between the rich and the poor. But back to the paradox. If buses and trams get stuck in traffic so it can never be faster to take the bus, then what happens to car traffic? Well, it increases, almost indefinitely. And North American cities have continued to take on more and more debt to build roads they can't afford in an attempt to manage it. This is typical hourly traffic volumes in cities in the Netherlands, with clear morning and evening rush hour. However, in cities where there are no alternatives to driving, car traffic becomes so bad that people start leaving earlier and earlier. Pretty soon, rush hour morphs to become several hours long. Here are 16 lanes of car traffic in Toronto, Canada. This video was taken at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday in the middle of summer holidays. Daytime traffic never gets better than this. Every one of these people had a choice of how they were going to get around that day, but this city made decisions that meant that every single one of them had to choose a car. So what's the solution? Thankfully, more and more cities are waking up to the problem and have started to do something about it. New York recently removed cars almost completely from 14th Street to speed up buses. San Francisco recently did the same on Market Street. And Toronto removed most of the cars from King Street, which has significantly increased streetcar ridership. What's also interesting is that while the Downs-Thompson paradox was originally described for public transportation, it actually applies to any alternative. If it's more convenient to take a bicycle, then some people will switch to a bicycle, as is common in parts of the Netherlands and Denmark. And if it's faster to walk, then people will walk. An incredible statistic is that 40% of people who live in downtown Toronto walk to work, because most people feel unsafe cycling, and traffic has become so bad that it's literally faster to walk. So any alternative to driving has the ability to reduce car traffic. It doesn't mean that everybody has to take the bus, or that everybody has to ride a bicycle. Even the Autolua areas in the Netherlands allow some motor vehicles. But making the alternatives faster, for even a segment of the population, can lead to significant improvements. And some Dutch cities, like Amsterdam, do this really well. I occasionally hear drivers in the Netherlands complaining that they have to take circuitous routes through the city to get to their destination, or that they have to wait while bicycles and trams get priority. But I assure you, the alternative is worse. If taking a car becomes quick and convenient, then all these people on trams and bicycles will take a car too, and that direct route will become slower to drive than today's indirect route. Not to mention all the other problems that come along with an increase in car traffic in the city. So the next time you're sitting in traffic and see the bus speed by in the priority lane, remember the Downs-Thompson paradox, and be glad you're not driving in this.
Okay, so the important message that delivered in this video is that the people, regardless you are from where, they just want to go to their destination at the shortest time. All right. So if if you give the priority to the cars, definitely everybody will go and take the cars. If you give priority to the public transport, then people will take the public transport. If you give priority to the bikers, to be pedestrians, so people will take that mode of transport. So you remember, maybe I can't remember, maybe 15 years ago, in KL we have what we call the exclusive bus lane or taxi lanes, but it's not successful because people complain, hey, it's already 2 lanes, but you already take 1 lane for exclusive bus lane, it causing the traffic become worse. Then drivers complain, and our what we call that, our authorities, they decide to terminate this project and make it switch back to a normal motorway. So first we need to change our mindset. So this is exactly what we want to do. We want to make the life become difficult for the drivers. Then only they will rethink that there is time for them to switch to other alternative, especially when they see that by taking other mode of transport like bus can go to the places faster. So this is the mindset. So of course, this mindset we have to do this through a lot of the awareness campaign or educations, especially when we have this kind of some others some courses that we have in our maybe primary or secondary school. It should be start from there. Okay. Oops. All right. Next, this is just a short video, just on the sustainable transport. Okay, so this is just a short message. And lastly, I would like to share with you a quote by the mayor of Bogota. They say that a developed country is not a place where the poor have cars. It's where the rich ride public transportations. So with that, thank you for your attention. That's all for my presentation today. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to pass the floor back to Encik Fadli. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Yuen. I believe that is really interesting and a lot more new knowledge that I gained today, especially on transit-oriented development, or TOD, and then people-centric places, on which you did mention about when we walk or cycle more, we learn to appreciate more on our surroundings and our environment, because you're often missing all those things when we drive in a car. So it will create more sense of belongings. I think that is wonderful. A thought that we would like to have all of you guys to ponder upon. And then at the end of the day, when we talk about transportation, it's just people want to get from point A to point B, which is faster, safer, and convenient to them. So maybe there's something that we can think about it. All right. So without further delay, I would like to hand over our next session to speaker 4, Dr. Sheeba Chenoli, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, Just a little bit of introduction on Dr. Sheeba. Dr. Sheeba is actually a senior lecturer at the Department of Geography, University Malaya. She is also an associate researcher at the Institute of Ocean and Earth Sciences, IUS, and the National Antarctic Research Center, NARC. She has a keen interest in meteorology and climate, and has been conducting research on the atmospheric science and climate of the tropical and polar regions. She also chairs an action group on tropical and Antarctic teleconnection, TATE, under the Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research, SCAR. So without further delay, I hand over to Dr. Sheeba.
Thank you, Mr. Fadli. I'm not very used to this Google Meet. I always use Zoom because sometimes it will give some problem with my system. So let me try to share. So I hope you all can see, right?
Yep, we can see your slide, but it's not in a in a PowerPoint show. Yeah.
Okay. Change that. How is it now?
Yep. Good. All good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fadli, for your introduction. I'm delighted to see that many of you are interested in the sustainability challenge and also climate change issue, which is one of the pressing issue right now, right? And I'm Sheeba Chenoli from the Department of Geography, but my background is atmospheric science, as explained by the moderator. So for today's talk, this is the overview of my talk today. So I will discuss something about the climate change, the science, but I will keep it very light. And how did we get here, right? The climate crisis, the era of climate crisis, what we have done to reach here. And a little bit on the state of knowledge on the climate change and what is the concept of 1.5 degrees. And then I will move on to the impacts of climate change, both global and local. And the final part will be, I will explain about how we can make climate action personal. So this is a little project that we have done, a group of educators from University Malaya as well as University Nottingham came together to do this for the youth of Malaysia. It is actually personalized for Malaysian youth, and it was funded by British HiCom and also EcoNite. So you will learn about how you can make climate action personal. So that will be the last part, right? So if you want to look at the definition of climate change, you can get many resources. One of this is from United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Article 1, which says that the climate change is attributed directly or indirectly to human activity. That means it is not natural, right? The climate change that we are observing now, it is due to human activity or the anthropogenic activity, which alter the composition of our atmosphere. And then we have this impacts, right? So it is different from natural climate variability. You might know about the El Nino, La Nina, all these are natural climate variability. So it is different from that, and it is induced by human, right? And you have definition from Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change assessment report. They produce assessment report. The 6th report is recently out last, I think end of last month or early this month, I can't remember. So that will, give you the physical science basis of climate change. So IPCC says that statistically significant variation in the mean state of climate. So this variation should be an extended period. You can see even in the media and everywhere, if you experience one extreme event, for example, flood, right? Then people started to relate that to climate change. Usually the climate scientists, they will look back or look at whether this kind of events is happening for a period of time, at least 10 years. And if it is statistically significant, if it is not because of natural variability, then only we can relate that to the climate change impacts or link that to the global warming, right? So I hope you get the difference between the natural climate variability and the global warming, right? So how did we get here? What we have done to, change our planet to go into this climate crisis. So before we go into the details, it's always good to look at the historical perspective, right? So if you want to look at the human history, we have to go maybe a million years before when our ancestors first stepped into this planet. From that moment, we started to change our planet. But, before that, it was the scale that we change our environment was very small. It was not global. But something tremendous has happened last 50 years. As we heard from Dr. Zul earlier, right? There are a lot of changes that we have done. And because of that changes, right, we have a lot of population, double than what we had 50 years ago. And half of the population turning to urban population. That means half of us, half of people that live in our planet right now are living in the city. This had never happened before. It is unprecedented, right? And our economy is, improved also 5 times more than 50 years back. So all this thing contributed to increase in the food demand, which is 3 times more. Our water usage, which is twice, before 50 years. And we also are burning fossil fuels, right? For every need, starting from electricity, transport, agriculture, for everything we are burning fossil fuels also. So all this contributed or change our globe change our planet in a global scale. It was local earlier, now it's changed into global scale, right? So, if you look at these images, we can see the tropical forest. I mean, all the forest, if you look at the satellite images from the outer space, right? So this is an image somewhere, some remote area in the Amazon forest or Bolivia, I think, in 1975, right? So if you look at this image on the left closely, you can see a small dirt road, right? That is, going across this satellite image. That is the forest clearance started in 1975. So this forest was cleared for this soybean plantation, right? So this soybean was shipped to China to feed the farm animals such as pigs, etc. Right? So after 25 years or so. So here you can see on the left-hand side of the image, right? So that is the situation in 2003. So the forest has been cleared. There is a lot of land use change over that area. And this is just an example to show how the global economy link from, a remote area to, another area. And also it's linked the clearance of the tropical forest, right? So around 30% of our tropical forest has been already lost, right? So this is another satellite image showing the agricultural land. So now we have the biggest ecosystem is agriculture. It's the largest ecosystem in the planet, right? So 30 to 45% of world's land is covered with agriculture. So when you see this green area, you might be happy to say that, but again, we are changing the natural land cover of the place for our own good, right, to get food. And the orange shade here, you can see over here, right? So all this orange area is where we rear our farm animals for our food as well as, for biofuel, etc. So this also shows how we change the planet in a global scale, right? So we change our water resources too. We are one of the thirstiest animal in the planet, right? We need water for everything, starting from agriculture, for energy use, a lot of things we use for industry, a lot of things we use water, right? So we are modifying the water resources also. So here there is another example showing about the Aral Sea. Aral Sea is actually an inland sea, and this sea is fed by several rivers that is flowing into the sea, right? So this is an image in 1960. It is right in the middle of Kazakhstan, near Uzbekistan, I think. So during 1970s, Soviet Russia decided to have a cotton plantation right in the middle of the desert, right? So what they did is they diverted most of the rivers that is falling into this Aral Sea towards the desert area just to irrigate the plantation. So after that, what happened is this sea started to shrink. So, all this ecosystem in the sea, everything is lost. Now we can see this is the present state of the sea. So all these examples shows that we are modifying the planet Earth in very large scale which is not natural, right? So having an impact on the environment, right? So this is happening everywhere. The water resources are collapsing everywhere. This is Australia. There also the water resources are modified for the agriculture purpose, Canada and Africa, and in Southeast Asia too, in China and Southeast Asia too. So that means we are modifying our water resources also. So all these details that we discussed so far are visible changes, right? But there are some invisible changes that you cannot see, but it is very hazardous, right? That is one of the things that we discussed earlier, burning of fossil fuel. So when you burn the fossil fuel, carbon dioxide is emitted and it goes into the atmosphere. It will live there around 100 years, once it is emitted. And this carbon dioxide changes the atmospheric chemistry. Then it can absorb more solar radiation. You might have heard about greenhouse gases, and carbon dioxide is one of the prominent greenhouse gases. And when it can absorb the long wave radiation that is emitted by the Earth, the temperature of the Earth can also go up, right? So here you can see, this is called the hockey stick diagram, because you see the near past, right? You can see the trend of increasing temperature is very high, very steep, and it was almost constant before the industrialization, right? So the carbon dioxide is increasing, and it is 50% more than what happened about before 50 years, and the increasing is very steep, right? So because of the increasing the carbon dioxide, the temperature, the global average temperature is also increasing. At 2020, it's already increased to 1.2 degree. This is average temperature. This is not a temperature at any time. I will explain what's the difference between increasing the average temperature later on, right? So when you look at these two graphs, you can see the correlation, how this is related, increasing the carbon dioxide and increasing the temperature, right? Global average temperature. So these are the evidences. There are evidences to show that this has been, the increase in the temperature is due to the anthropogenic activities. There are many evidences that you can see in the IPCC report, right? So where these gases are coming from and what does that do, right? All these gases, what these gases can do. So I'm sure that by now we already know that fossil fuel is one of the major sources of carbon dioxide emission, right? So you can see 62% of the global warming is coming from the carbon dioxide or burning of fossil fuel, right? Then we have the deforestation, carbon dioxide from deforestation and land use, right? So when we burn a tree, what happens is that all the carbon dioxide that is trapped, all the carbon dioxide that has been absorbed by the trees, it is actually act as a storage. It is converting, the trees are converting the carbon dioxide into plant material and store it away, right? So it is not interacting with the atmosphere. So it is safe for the atmosphere. So when we do the deforestation, actually two things happen. One is the absorption power decreases because you are cutting a tree. Another thing, when you burn this, biomaterial or the trees, right? All this carbon dioxide that is kept and locked away, it is emitting back to the atmosphere. So it is increasing the temperature. And we have other sources of carbon dioxide, right? Like industry, the chemicals that can, the cement, it can just emit without heating. It can emit. It can give out carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So that is another source. Then we have another gas called methane, right? So methane is related to agriculture activities, farm animals. The farm animals can even burp methane into the atmosphere, right? So it comes from, also comes from the industry. So there are 16% of warming coming from the methane gas, right? Even though the percentage of methane is not that much, but the absorption power of methane is much more than carbon dioxide. And we have nitrous oxide. Usually people won't talk about the nitrous oxide because the percentage is very small, but still its absorption power is many more times than carbon dioxide. So it is also related to the agriculture. That means the fertilizer, usage of fertilizer and manure, it will emit the nitrous oxides, and also the industry. And we have a small percentage of chlorofluorocarbons, also termed as, have a potential to absorb the solar radiation. Not solar radiation, the long wave radiation that is emitted by the earth. So all these gases together, we call it as greenhouse gases. And so that is how we get, more warmer by year, right? So you might have already know that the major contribution of greenhouse gases is from electricity. You can see 25%. Then we have food, agriculture, and land use, industry, transportation, buildings, and other activities. So just remember, right? Whatever we do, we are emitting greenhouse gases in one way or another way, carbon dioxide or methane, all those things. So all those things are changing the chemistry of our atmosphere and trapping more and more energy in the atmosphere, thereby causing the global warming, right? So what is the way, how we can control the level of these gases, right? So how the level of gases are increasing and how we can control this. We can use some analogy. Here we use the bathtub, right? So if you want to increase the water level, there should be water coming in, right, through this faucet. And if you want to decrease the water level, you have to open the drain for the water to go out, right? So this we call it as source. The whatever is increasing the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere is called it as source. Climate scientists call this as source. And we have sink to remove, or it is related to the the drain, right? So the bathtub is a big atmosphere, and we are pumping carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, or the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, and increasing, changing its chemistry, right? So in order to control, or in order to make it stable, we have to either control the sources, or you can control the sink, right? The major sink for the absorption, major natural sink are forest and ocean, right? A forest over the land and ocean over the coastal region. Ocean can absorb carbon dioxide. Major absorption is the carbon dioxide, right? But there is a problem. When the temperature of the ocean increases, the capacity of ocean to absorb the carbon dioxide will decrease also. Sometimes it can, some of the modeling studies say it can emit back the carbon dioxide that is already absorbed. Just imagine a Coca-Cola or something, right? When it is, when you heat up, all the, the dissolved gases can come out. Just like that, the carbon dioxide can be emitted. So that's why we have to control the emissions. When we control the emission, the nature, right, it can pull out some of the emitted material, carbon dioxide or other greenhouse gases. So we can control the emission. We have to reduce the emission, and we have to increase the sink. One sink that we can increase is the forest. We can increase the forest. We can do reforestation, etc., to make it, more increasing the sink over this area, over the planet. So when the emission and absorptions are the same level, then we have, so whatever it is emitted is absorbed, then we have the stable amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. So that was the condition long before, right? We have emission, but our forest is able to, absorb that, so we didn't have problem. But once our industrialization started, when we had this global activity of changing our atmosphere, that is where we are out of balance, right? So you can now see all the emissions, right? The sources here and the natural sink here, right? So there is an unbalance, or it's not balancing of 59%. It remains in the atmosphere. if you have 100% of current resources, 24% is absorbed by the land sink and 17% is absorbed by the coastal ocean sink. And we have an imbalance of this, right? So if you look at electricity production, right? If you look at the food production, all this thing can be reduced. We have the technology. We can use the technology and we can cut down the unnecessary usage of resources, etc. We can change the transportation into more active transportation, like Dr. Yuen discussed, right? So all those things can be done, and we have the technology, but what we don't have is the time. So time is really the essence in the climate action, right? So this is the situation in Malaysia. So I have discussed the global situation, and you can see the similar numbers, right? The highest is from electricity and heat. Then we have transport, we have manufacture and construction, waste, etc. So all this, speakers that discussed earlier, all that are essential for climate actions too. So now we are in climate emergency or climate crisis, where we have to stop the increase in the global temperature to 1.5 degree. So these are some of the cover of Time magazine. I think it was in 2006. So I just selected few just to show the importance, right? So it says, be worried, be very worried, right? The climate change, global climate change, it's not, a future problem. It's impacting us. It's impacting our health, and we have to take action. And we cannot procrastinate anymore, right? And the second, the photo that is actually the cover photo. It's actually by an artist and also a scientist, and she used the real global data to create this watercolor painting, right? So the first one, you can see the black line is actually how the carbon emission is increasing. And you might have noticed a smaller kink here, right? It's going down. This is because of the effect of pandemic, when we stopped, flying overseas by aeroplane and doing a lot of activity, so the emission also stopped. So pandemic already shows us how fast the environment can, regain, or it can become healthier if you reduce the emission of carbon dioxide. So this is about the carbon dioxide. Then this line shows how the temperature is increasing, about the shrinkage of global ice. So all this are based on the data, right? So the last, the Time magazine cover might be familiar to you. It is 2021 cover. It is by a Sabah-born artist called Red Hong Yi. She is a sculpture. She makes sculptures, and also she's a designer, architect, I think, and she is known as the person who can paint without brush. She uses things to show her, her idea and to inspire people. So we are really burning, so we have to take consideration what we can do, especially youth. You have the voice, and it is your future. You cannot run away from here. So you can take actions so that we can, combat the climate change. So let us have a look at the causes of climate change. What are the causes of climate change? We already discussed most of it, right? Burning fossil fuel, deforestation, agriculture, etc. So that we are producing more and more greenhouse gases in a lot of different ways. That is changing our atmosphere, right? So this is about understanding the global warming of 1.5 degree. So you might have, whenever we discuss about the climate change, there is always discussion about this 1.5 degree. In fact, there is a special report by IPCC, Global Warming 1.5 degree. So world has agreed to limit the climate change or increase in the temperature up to 1.5 degree, because if we can limit 1.5 degree and at least at 2 degrees, we can escape from a lot of harmful impacts of climate change. There will be impacts, but this will be, not that hazardous or harmful. So what is this 1.5 degree? So if you are looking at tropical, the people who are living at tropical region, 1.5 degree is not much difference for us, right? But here we are talking about the global average. So there might be places who is warming more than 1.5 degree, and this 1.5 degree is from the industrial after the industrialization, right? So before the greenhouse gases become more. So that means there will be places that is, heating up more than 1.5 degree. For example, a polar region, right? For Arctic and mostly for the Arctic, it is warming rapidly. So that when you take the average, global average, it should be within the 1.5 degree, so that we can, reduce the harmful impacts of climate change. So if you want to know more about this, you can read this Global Warming 1.5 degree, which shows that the climate change is already affecting people. It is not a problem of future, affecting people, ecosystem, and our livelihood around the world, right? So we have to limit the global warming to 1.5 degree. It's not impossible, but we already have 1.2 degree increase. So that means we only have 0.3 degree left. But for that to limit the global warming to 1.5 degree, we really need to achieve a lot of world changes. We need to make a lot of changes in the society so that we can cut down the greenhouse gases and limit the warming, right? So another thing about the solution for climate change is that it's not like you're going to see a doctor and doctor prescribes something and you take some tablets, and sometimes you can have a bad side effects. But good thing about the climate actions or climate solution is that climate change solution is that it always have co-benefits. For example, if you cut down the greenhouse emission of greenhouse gases, you are indirectly decreasing the pollution. So it is good for your health, right? So if you take active transport, Dr. Yuen discussed about the active transport, right? If you take active transport, your health will be improved too. So whatever measure that we take to reduce the impact of climate change, you can see it has always co-benefits, and it is also affecting the sustainable development goals, right? So it is very important to take those actions. So what are the impacts in the natural and human system? We've already seen the changes in the temperature and precipitation pattern. Temperature pattern doesn't mean that always there will be increase in the temperature, right? Precipitation pattern also can change. This means there is a change. Temperature can go down. You might have seen the recent cooling over some of the places in the in US, right? That is because of they have snow. They had, I think, a year before or something. Some of the places have very extensive snow. This is because of warming of Arctic. So warming of Arctic is creating changes in the precipitation pattern, right? It is so the climate change skeptics can be confused very easily, but everything is based on the science. So if you explain the science to them, then they will understand. So we see precipitation changes in the precipitation pattern, changes in the temperature. We have seen the sea level rises, right? and some of our Pacific islands, small islands, are under the water, going under the water continuously. And we see a rise in the extreme events like cyclones, heat waves, floods, etc. And these events are sometimes we don't see the frequency number, but we can see it is becoming intensified, right? So it can cause more catastrophe or devastation to us. Biodiversity loss, some of the species is extinct because they are very sensitive to the temperature or availability of water, changes in the migratory of fish and coral bleaching. And we now have climate refugees. Climate refugees are very different from normal refugees, because normal refugees, like, we have a problem in Afghanistan, right? They always have a hope that, sometime, once everything is get normal, they can go back. But climate refugees are very different. The whole country is going underwater, right? Kiribati Island, for example, it is slowly going underwater. So they don't have any hope to go back to their home country. The whole country is going. So it is very difficult, and this will be a major problem in the future if you don't limit the global warming to 1.5 degree. And we have impact on the health, the problem with our respiratory systems, heart, etc. There is impact on the health also because of the changes in the environmental parameters. So what happens globally when we have overshoot the 1.5 degree? So whatever we are seeing it now, when we overshoot 1.5 degree, there will be 2.6 times more people exposed to extreme heat waves, right? There will be more than 6 meters higher of sea level rise, and 2.3 times a bigger reduction in our agriculture, maize crop, etc., especially in the tropics, right? And two times more animals are going to, extinct, and there will be declination in the coral reef, around 29% more declination in the coral reef. So corals are very sensitive to the pH and also the temperature. So they will, there will be declination of the coral population also. So 2 times more decrease in the marine fisheries. So when the temperature increase, sometimes the fish cannot incorporate with that. So sometimes it can die, or sometimes it will go into deeper ocean. But there, the availability of food might be less, so extinction can happen, right? So what does that means for us? We live in Malaysia, right? So if the temperature overshoot 1.5 degree, our climate scientist shows that there are evidences of temperature increasing across Malaysia. And our sea level rise will increase more because of the geographical location, right? We are in the tropics. Our ocean have more heat content compared to the middle latitude or the polar latitude. So when the temperature increases, the sea level rise happen because of 2 things. One is melting of ice that everybody know. Another one is the expansion of sea itself. When the temperature increases, the sea itself can expand, right? So all this thing will be going to impact us more. So we are the extensive consumer of seafood. So there will be lesser seafood or lesser fisheries also. So all this are going to impact us badly too. So as we discussed earlier, as you heard from other speakers, one of the SDG goal, the 13, right? It's on climate action. So we know that there are challenges, right? So we have to find out solutions. So we have different solutions like global agreement, that is Paris Agreement. We can reduce the emission so that we can produce some mitigation plans, and also we have to think about the adaptation, because even we cut down all the greenhouse gases, still there will be impacts because of the existing greenhouse gases. So we have to think about the adaptation plan also, so that we can protect the most vulnerable people against the climate change, right? And also, as I discussed, when we take the climate action, it is related to a number of sustainable development goals, right? So we talked about how we can reduce the resources so that it will, reduce the emission also. So our source of greenhouse gases will be reduced, and we can also increase the sink, that is forest, reforestation, etc. All this too we can do. But more important is improve society, right? So the research shows that even if we cut down the emission, and even if we increase the sink, it is very important to change the mindset of the society. If we don't do that, then all this renewable energy, everything will give, sometimes, for example, it can give you more resources. Then if your mindset didn't change, we can use the, all these resources to consume more resources, and which can ultimately go into the emission of greenhouse gases more, right? So that is where this bite-sized climate action module is important, right? This is for youth, especially for the Malaysian youth, right? As I mentioned to you, some of the educators from University Malaya, Dr. Helena Warki from International Strategic Studies. She is a political scientist, and we have Dr. Amira. She's from media, and she is an expert in the micro credential education or bite-sized education. And we have Dr. Zida, who is an expert in community, right? Water Warrior, she is the one leading it, right? From the Faculty of Science. And we have atmospheric scientist, Matthew Ashford from Nottingham University, and myself. So we, the idea came in because I was trying to, teach my normal courses, and I see the material that is related to Malaysia or related to Southeast Asia, very little. Students always find it difficult to get it. And also, it is good to engage the youth, because youth has the voice, right? And as I said, that is your future. So you have to be informed, and you need to know what you can do to look at the or to decrease the climate change impact, right? So our bite-sized climate action module is short. Bite-sized means it's short, focused, and it is just based on the single topic and single problem. We have 6 modules, but all these modules are standalone. You can just finish one module, whichever you are interested in. And all these different modules are connected to the sectors where you have emission of carbon dioxide, right? And it is tailored for Malaysian youth. And it is fun and flexible. Actually, this project was very fun to do. We finished it within 4 or 5 months, right? And the closing ceremony was last week, right? But still, it is active. And you can go into this website and to see what are there, and if it is interesting for you. It's actually for youth, but anybody can go, anybody can look at it and change the carbon footage. We have, I said it is fun and flexible because I can say the TikTok is very familiar with Malaysian youth, right? So we use TikTok. There were 2 students from University Malaya from our faculty using TikTok to inspire people to do some, the everyday climate actions, so that you can reduce your carbon footage. And there are infographics and podcasts from prominent people in these different sectors. And after you go through all this, you can take some actions that can be incorporated in your everyday life. So the information is for everyone, from climate action newbies. That means you are just inspired by to take climate action, until to people who are active for climate action enthusiasts, right? So this is the website. Then if you go there, you can find at the top, you can see home, right? I cannot see my cursor. Okay, at the top you can see home, then you have the basics. So if you want to brush up your basics on global warming, so there are, mini lectures that is like 5 or 6 minutes. You can listen to that. Then we have the 6 modules that transport, food, forest, trash, change, education, and that are the 6 modules, right? So the basic, there are 3 lectures, mini lectures, one by me, and then Matthew Ashfold, and also on the governance by Helena Waki, right? So you can go through that to see whether you understand really the science behind the climate change. Then what can we do, right? After going through all the modules, there are something called ASI framework: avoid, shift, and improve. Avoid means you can avoid something to reduce your carbon footprint. That means maybe you can avoid meat, like you can have a meatless Tuesday or meatless Monday or something. That maybe in your school days you have learned about the energy diagram or food what was that? The food web, right? So you can see when you go higher and higher, or instead of vegetables, you are taking meat, it need more energy to produce, and in between some energy is lost. So to decrease your carbon footage, it's always good to take vegetables, more vegetables, and there is shift, right? You can shift something so that you can use another substitute so that it will decrease your carbon footage. Instead of using your normal, this is just an example, instead of using your normal bulb, you can change into LED so that it will reduce the energy need, right? And improve the carbon efficiency of your actions. That means you can drive your car with the eco mode on, or instead of driving, you can just use the bicycle. So that is how you improve, right? So these are the 6 modules that you can go, and we have electricity, transport, forest. It is independent, so you can go through one by one, right? And one of the famous module is food, because you know that the choice of our food also determines the climate change, because when you choose a high carbon print food, then it will emit more greenhouse gases, right? So there is a pre-module quiz. You don't have to worry. Nobody can see the the result of the quiz, only you can see. So you can take that quiz, then you can explore the video in the module. Then there is infographic, podcast, and TikTok for each and every module, right? So you can go through that. This video is produced by us. It's an in-house video talking about the actions that you can take and also explaining the science behind it. It's very short, like 5 or 6 minutes. I think less than that, right? So infographic shows the science and where Malaysia stand in terms of electricity, in terms of transport, etc. And then we have TikToks also to inspire you to take action in each sectors so that you can reduce your carbon footage. These are all personal action. That means you can do that. You don't have to depend on other people, right? And then you have the post-module quiz to see whether you understand or whether you score more, right? That's the idea behind the post-quiz. Then if you want to dig deeper, there are reading lists, there are resources that you can go. There are information about the institution that is related to each sectors. Then after that, the step 5, you can do some climate action and tag us to, let us know what you have done and how you are inspired to take climate action. And one of the interesting module is also change. Change means as youth, right, you can influence your peers, you can influence your family. So that is one of the greatest power of the youth. Right, so this is just an example. We have this, you can take this quiz. This is the second part is about the video that is related to electricity. I'm just showing you the electricity. Then we have infographic, right? How climate friendly is our electricity? All the details are there about Malaysia. So you can get the knowledge there, and also the podcast from the prominent person who is in the sustainable housing. Then we have the TikTok by Widad. She's a university student, University Malaya student. Some of you might have know her already, right? Then you take the final quiz and you have the reading list. If you want to go into more, if you want to know details on that. So as I said, there are resources also to get more knowledge on the respected sectors, right? So these are our 5 modules, and the content, just it's a brief overview. So that's all about from me. You understand what is the situation, what is climate crisis, what is the cause of climate crisis, right? Now you know, if you go through our material, you know what are the personal action that you can take. And now it's your turn to act, right, to combat the climate change. And we are also offering this to the SHE course, which is Student Holistic Empowerment, starting from the 2nd semester. So that's all from me. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Sheeba. It's very interesting to learn more about climate action. You did mention about we have all the technologies, but we don't have the time. The time is of essence when we talk about climate action. So, dear participants, we are now in a Q&A session. We would like to have all our speakers together, and we will address some of those questions that are still not been answered by our speakers. We have Dr. Ilham, Ms. Mairuz, Dr. Yuen, and as well as Dr. Sheeba to switch on your camera. Okay, we have Dr. Ilham, Ms. Mairuz. Okay, all the 4 speakers are now with us. So for the first questions, we have this from, let me see, Lee Pei Huan for Dr. Zul. If the government restricted or limit the fertility rate, does it slow down the development of population?
Okay, thank you. Oh, I thought that question comes from the admin. Anyway, with regards to the question is, if the government limit the fertility rate, right, does it slow down the development of population? So personally, due to my background in biology and my stand towards personal freedom, I am not in support of government restriction enforcement in birth control, since nature requires a wide field of selection, meaning that nothing should be done to restrict the reservoir from which in the past may have sprung who have contributed greatly to human progress. Meaning, if we restrict the reservoir of humanity, then it will restrict the human progress, because it is a kind of wide field of selection in biology, because we couldn't have really excellent human being if we restrict its population. That is what I believe. If we restrict the reservoir, because from this wide field of selection, only then we can really have excellent humans. So I believe that the nature already take care of itself in slowing down the population. For example, a real decline in fertility among the community members and the emergence of pandemic. So that is the first question. So Fadli,
Okay,
maybe I list down all. So maybe the second one from Marsha. She said she would like to have the full slide. So I will email it to EcoCampus at UMCares, so you can request it from them.
Yep.
Or alternatively, you can email me. And from Z Ken Ong. So is it realistic for our government to ban the sale of internal combustion engine in order to reduce carbon footprint? So at the moment, there is no need, Ziken, to immediately ban internal combustion engine, as our economy relies so much on this kind of vehicles for movement of food and necessity, especially in the pandemic time, to move resources nationwide or countrywide. Then we really need this internal combustion engine. However, measures should be taken to put polluting vehicles out of service. The vehicles that are already way out of the years of service, it should be phased out. It should be banned on the street because it is polluting the environment. We should encourage energy efficient cars and public transportation for the masses. And like Dr. Yuen presented, transit oriented development and cities for human in the planning stage and not for cars. And the other question from Jian Yu Lee, does UM release annual report about energy usage of the campus? Yes, UM releases sustainability reports periodically, especially during the UI Green Metric. You may contact EcoCampus. Mr. Fadli is in charge of that. So internally, we also have, previously we have monthly, if not yearly, monitoring of any energy usage and study. Unfortunately, we don't have energy efficient building yet in terms of Green Building Index, GBI, or Index Tenaga Bangunan, BEI. But you could always visit the Bangunan Berlian, Diamond Building in Precinct 2 Putrajaya. It housed the Suruhanjaya Tenaga, the Energy Commission. You can visit there. I also plan to bring my students to visit there or invite somebody to talk about it this semester. You could also visit GBI certified township in Malaysia, such as Eco Ardens in Siti Alam, Gamuda Gardens in Rawang, and Sunway City. Sunway is really strong towards this green energy. And I believe the last one is from I'm not sure from who, but it is about the mindset of greener alternative is expensive. So solar paneling, I believe normally in any technology phase, if you see where the entry level, for example, iPhone, when it first entry technological phasing, right? Of course, it will be expensive. But over the years, when you have more competition, Samsung came in, Huawei came in, Mi come in, then the price actually declines. So similar like other technological phases, I believe that all these green alternative, first when they enter the market, it will be a little bit expensive. But as the years gone by and you have come with a lot of innovation to reduce the cost, then it will be accessible to all. Surprisingly, Malaysia is the country that produce the most solar panel in the world. We produce it in Malacca. So for many brands all over the world, we produce for Samsung. So it's interesting. So those are the questions for me. Thank you, Fadi.
All right. Just one quick question. What is your thought on the future green jobs in Malaysia?
To say sincerely, my thoughts about future green job, it will be increasing, but due to this pandemic, even conventional jobs is limited. So it's gonna gain traction in the few years ahead, but it will be a little bit slow because you couldn't talk about sustainability when you don't have food to put in the table. So this is the reality that we have to face, that first is always about survivability. If you don't have food to put on the table, you cannot talk about saving the environment. So we have to make sure all the three pillars of a sustainable people, planet, and profit goes on together, so that it will be a balanced approach toward green economy or green sustainable livelihood. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Zul. Okay, we move on to the next speaker, Ms. Mairuz. I think you've answered most of the questions. Just one quick question. What is your thought on Malaysia heading towards zero waste nation? Is that even possible?
Sorry, Cik Fazli. Yang soalan last tadi. Zero waste Malaysia.
What is your thought on Malaysia, our country? Is it possible for us to heading towards zero waste nation or country?
Thank you for the question. Kalau tengokkan pada current recycling rate dalam Malaysia yang sekarang, macam 70 baru sampai 17 to 22%, which kita boleh improvise benda tu ke arah yang lebih, kita boleh naikkan lagi recycling rate. Tapi kalau melihatkan pada kita punya inisiatif dan current punya rate recycling tu, maybe kalau bagi timeline 2030 bukan masa yang sesuai lah untuk kita capai kadar yang kita nak tu. Mungkin dalam 2050 to 2060 mungkin boleh capai zero waste nation.
Another question from Danish. Do you believe that shopping complex should take initiative to create and adopt decomposition facility that turns waste into biogas or energy, WTE? And thus you consider Untitled campaign to be expand in other universities?
Ni soalan dekat tepi chat box.
Yeah. From Danish. Do you believe that shopping complex should take initiative to have all this composting facility to turn waste into energy or biogas?
Well, kalau kita tengok sekarang ni IPCC pun diorang ada recycling facility yang agak besar. Kira macam daripada non-organic sampai organic waste diorang ada buat recycling tu. Maksudnya kalau lebih banyak shopping complex yang buat facility untuk recycling tu, suppose benda tu adalah orang cakap memang kita nak menggalakkan lagi lebih banyak shopping complex, sebab macam yang saya kata tadi, waste sources datang daripada banyak household, even shopping complex pun termasuk dalam sources yang generate waste. Basically kita tak target shopping complex je, kita target semua, sebab waste adalah hasil daripada harian semua orang, everyone responsible untuk waste generation tu.
Alright, thank you. We would like to open to any of you guys who like to pose questions to the first two speakers before we move on to the other 3 and 4th speaker. Anyone would like to pose questions directly? You can switch on your mic and camera. Is there any? No? Even for our observers, if you like to pose questions, yeah? No, yeah? All right. We move on to our third speaker, Dr. Yuen. I think most of the questions has already been answered by Dr. Yuen. I'm not sure whether this question, hold on. About the shared space, is it answered, Dr. Yuen, from Danish?
I'm not so sure. I thought I answered all of the question. I'm not so sure. Maybe.
Okay. Does creation of shared space create subtle false situation that people are more reliant on public transportation? as it was difficult to parking, especially even in current situation without shared space. We suffer from lack of parking space.
From who?
From Danish.
I think I missed that one. Dennis, can you repeat the question, sir?
Does creation of shared space create subtle false situation that people are more reliant on public transportation, as it is difficult to park, especially even in current situation without shared space? We suffer from lack of parking space.
Yeah, of course, because for the shared space, of course we have limited parking lah. That's only mainly for the loading and unloading services, right? So of course, then that is what we do. We of course we want to encourage people to use more of public transport, to walk more, so that when we have this kind of activities happens in our cities. So of course we have parking, of course, but that parking will be maybe somewhere quite far from that city center. So the driver still required to walk for some particular distance to go to their places lah. But maybe in the shared space, we have our design guideline. We will not provide we will provide limited parking space. But that is only mainly for those retailers who have their business in that area, maybe for loading and unloading service. That's all. Thank you. I hope I answered your question. Sorry, I think I missed that question just now. Sorry.
Okay, just one question. We have answered all. But one quick question for you. Is your thought on or views on the future of transit-oriented development in Malaysia, or maybe in our mega cities like Kuala Lumpur?
Sorry, come again?
What is your thought or views on having this transit-oriented development, or TOD, in Kuala Lumpur, in cities like Kuala Lumpur?
All right, yeah, TOD, because I think some developer has misused this TOD. They're simply saying that they have their, the condominium project just next to the train station. They say, oh, this is TOD. By right, this is not TOD actually. So actually,
that's not TOD.
Sorry?
So that is not TOD.
No. Actually, TOD, we have the train stations there, and then we have these kind of the activities that people when because if possible, we have to realign our train station so that we will cover that area, which is the central CBD and the commercial area. Then people, when we have most demand in that area, then people go there. They don't have to take their own transport, and then they just need to take the public transport and then go to the office and then do and then they take the public transport and go home. So that is the concept. It's not like we have our project condominium just next to the Sunway Velocities, what we call that, the train station, and then this is COD. I think this is not the concept lah. Okay, but of course now we already have our trains already on the site. But I think that maybe in the future, now I think we have the MRT 3. I think that the MRT 3 we are going to start very soon. So and then. The authorities, or what we call that, the service operator, have to consider that really to have our stations that in this area where we have what we call that most ridership. Okay, that is all I can say. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Yuen. How about are you involved in any government consultation regarding all this project?
No, normally they will engage the private consultants. Because they have before they have the need to have this kind of train alignment, they engage the private consultants, the traffic consultants to have all these feasibility studies and where they should have this. But normally, that is also influenced by the politics, like when they say that, okay, I have a land here, so you must build a train station that serves my area, so that the price of these properties will boost. So definitely there are a lot of influence like this. Maybe I can share with you one story that I heard before. We have the LRT Putra line last time, right? So last time I heard that we have one stations that that serve what we call it in the mid-ready. So these people actually approach the mid-ready owners, and then they say, okay, we can have a station that that next to your what we call shopping mall. But of course, in return you have to give us something, So that's why the mid-ready they're not agreed. So that's why they realign the line, so that they have the nearest station to the mid-ready is Abdullah Hukum. And then after that, then only now after many years, then only we have a KTM commuters station in the mid-ready. So a lot of this influence when we can say same for the highway project when you do have alignment, some Tato or Dune, they have the lands there, so that's why they want you to to align that. So that's why you can cover my area. So things like that happens. Thank you.
All right. That means we have other external factors that influence the development in our country. Yeah.
Yes, true.
Yeah. So just a little bit of sharing. Dr. Yuen is actually one of those person who really walk the talk, because whenever we have meetings or seminar or conferences within he will walk and cycle. He will use his bicycle. Yeah. So maybe we can emulate that kind of behavior as well. Okay. So yeah. Thank you, Dr. Yuen. We move on to the next speaker, Dr. Sheeba. Okay, we have this question. Hi, Dr. Sheeba. I was told that vegetarianism or veganism can help to reduce climate change, as we can reduce the land use or water use for husbandry. However, there are many who are against this idea as well. What is your opinion about this?
Yes, I will support that. The vegetarianism can. It can consider as one of the climate action. When we got this project, there was a award giving ceremony for the bite-sized climate change. So that time, the High Commissioner, the British High Commissioner, was sharing with us. He turned into a vegetarian. He is 100% vegetarian now, and his the family also following to be a vegetarian, because it will reduce your carbon footage. So that is really a climate action, personal climate action that you can take.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Sheeba. Second question. Carbon sequestration has indeed been the mechanism to capture carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Are there any other options for enhancing natural carbon sinks that youth can become involved in besides afforestation or reforestation projects? From Sanjeev.
Yeah, I think one of the action that we can take is the reforestation. There are many ways that government can help also. For example, some of the I don't remember which country is that, but when you buy some products, some of the profit will go into a project that will plant a tree. Right. So if we are doing it personally, maybe we will change the land cover. We wouldn't know how we are going to do this, right? But if it is like a a project that is done by some scientists, they know where to plant the tree, they know how to take care. So the community project or the kind of project will help more than acting personally for that kind of increasing the forest and so that we can reduce the carbon footage.
All right. Thank you. Another one from Danish. Do you believe the implementation of national policy that required every house to have at least one plant in-house can create change in society itself to be aware of climate change and reduce carbon emission?
I think better than that will be like a community project, or like the project that university can lead and all those things, because not everyone will have the facility to plant a tree, right? You might be living in an apartment, and also you can support the urban what was that? There is something in Malaysia also, right? The urban greenery, improving the urban greenery, all those things. But policy might be a bit difficult to implement, because there might be people that who couldn't do that, right? So better than that will be community engagement program, or university drive programs, so that we can support planting trees, etc.
All right. Agreed on that. Another one would be from Yuva. Is tackling all the SDGs would be the accurate solution to reduce climate change issues? Do you believe that tackling all SDGs would be the accurate solution to reduce climate change?
It is actually mutual. When you do the SDG, when you achieve the SDG, that will have a good impact on the climate change solution also. And when you take climate action, it can also produce, it can also make you to meet some of the SDG goals. So it is actually mutual, interactive, okay. I will say.
More to mutual interactive relationship. Okay. And last but not least would be from Best Days. Even though we are taught in schools about climate change and global warming, yet in the same school canteen, plastic products like utensils, plates, bottles, and bags are still being used. What do you think we should do to make sure schools really exercise what they preach or teach to their students?
Yeah, you can find some of I can see some of the students I've taught last time. They said they don't use straws. They don't use the straws at all. So every meal you are taking one straw. I mean, just imagine, right? 3 days you are using 3 straws. I mean, 1 day you are using 3 straws. So that how many times you are using in 1 year. So just take these little actions so that it will have a good impact on the climate change scenario. Instead of buying things, you can bring your own cups and mugs and all those things. I have seen many of the youth, they are carrying out this kind of activities nowadays. Yeah, so that will help a lot.
All right. Another one from Ms. Alia. Are there any plans to expand the bite-sized climate action modules to include one on water, perhaps? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, the project is already completed. This was just a fun project. Before that, I was involved in the climate model analysis, just the science of it. So this was just a small project. It was for I think half a year or so under the British High Commission. But this course will be taught under the SHE course in the university starting from next semester. So in that we will probably include a bit more, right? So that's all about it. Yeah, about water, we haven't included, I think, anything on the water, but it's related field, right? Yeah, it's a good suggestion. Thank you.
All right. One last question for Dr. Sheeba. From Zik and Ong, may I ask, since vegetarian diet is the way forward to save the planet, however, is the production of vegetarian meat is more eco-friendly compared to raw meat one?
I don't have any information. I have seen this vegetarian meat in the supermarket, but I'm not really know how they make it. But what I can say is, as I mentioned in my talk, it's always when you want to look at the energy diagram and all those things. When you go one step up, when you're feeding a farm animal for your food, so you are actually spending more energy to rear it. So if you take vegetarian, so you are cutting off one step, so you are reducing carbon footprint. You're actually lowering the carbon footprint if you're offering for or opting for a vegetarian diet. Yeah.
All right, thank you. We're back to Dr. Zul from Zik and Ong. Besides that, a lot of people are advocating that we should change from a physical mode and material to virtual one. Do you think this will still save the planet as virtual mode consumes electricity too? What is your opinion on that, Dr. Zul? You're muted.
Thanks.
Dr. Zul, you're muted.
I'm not really sure about what Zikin Ong mentioning, advocating that we should change from physical mode to virtual mode. Maybe in the mode of, let's say, we used to have a meeting face to face, so we have to travel and we have conferences. So nowadays we have virtual one like we have now. So whether the greenhouse, whether the what is this question just now? Whether it's greener, whether environmental footprint, carbon footprint of having it virtual, or I think if we make a comparison, of course, if you do it virtually, then it will be much more reduced than we have it face to face. But again, we are humans, and humans are communicating. I mean, we need communication in a physical sense in order to fulfill our, not only our for fulfilling our health and our needs, I believe. So we really need a balance. So we can actually do a study on that, and we should think whether some events should be physical and some event can be virtual, especially in post-pandemic era.
All right, thank you, Dr. Zul. So we're a bit stretched of time, so maybe we will end this Q&A session. We would like to have all of you to switch on your camera again, because we would like to have another group photo. All the unanswered questions will be answered by the respective speakers through email. Yeah. Can we request everyone to switch on your camera? Okay, great. Most of you guys are here. Give 30 seconds before we take a photo. All right, Irene, ready? Over there?
Ready.
All right. In a count of 3, 2, 1. Put up your best smile. One more. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Do you get it, Irene?
Yes.
All right. Okay, thank you. So let us join hands to thank all our 4 speakers. We have Associate Professor Dr. Ilham with us. We have Engineer Dr. Yuen. We have Dr. Sheeba, and as well as we have Ms. Mairuz to be with us for our first webinar series on SDG Youth Challenge 2021. So we thank you for your time, for being with us despite your busy schedule. I'm sure of it. All the slides will be shared to all of you soon, along with your e-certificate. But now we have come to, so all the speakers, if you would like to leave, you may leave now, okay? Because we like to respect your schedule. Okay, thank you, Dr. Zulkiflee, Dr. Yuen, Dr. Sheeba, Ms. Mai.
Thank you, thank you everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, we now move on to our next slot, which is the pop quiz. So can Irene share again the link? You have about 15 minutes to complete the pop quiz. We have 15 minutes to complete the pop quiz one. Okay. You can scan the QR code, or you can just click on the chat box. The link is provided in the chat box. If you would like to have 30 minutes, yeah, sure, we can give you 30 minutes. No worries. And once you have completed the pop quiz, you have to complete the attendance and feedback form. It's a 2-in-1 form, which will be shared the link by the secretary soon. You may answer all the 15 questions now.